Hey, this is Jim the GM, and I'm here tonight with another episode of Season 2 Eotha. We have tonight with us right now Caleb and Clyde. Matt will be with us shortly, Mr. McAdam this time. And Caleb, go ahead and introduce or remind us of who you're playing.
All right. There we go. Hi, my name is Caleb. I am playing the blood hunter known as Evermind Creech Aldeonde. He is a large, pale-skinned, semi-grotesque individual who has been... how long have we been doing this now, Jim?
We're pretty close to the point of 2 years.
That's what I figured it had been a while. So prior to this 2 years, I guess that would put Creech around 18 years old. He has been on his own. Prior to these 2 years, he was alone, and so he has some rough edges. But through the help of Dover, the king, guys like Thane, he has turned into a little bit different. One of those, and maybe this is a sad thing to say, but kind of like a wild animal who's kind of been caged. From time to time, he does rear out, but he is definitely a more social individual now. But yeah, he is. He's been close to a ring. But yeah, so that's we're playing Evermind or Creech or whatever you'd like to call it.
Awesome, Caleb. Go ahead, Clyde.
Hello, I am Clyde. I will be playing my mountain dwarf paladin Thane Brighthammer, who has been trying to help the king Prince Aeryn get his throne. And I'm ready to get back to doing it.
These cards together. All right. And today we got some sad news from our friend Jeremy, the Black Wizard. He told us that he's had some really cool stuff starting to pop up that's really working out, but it's taking up his weekday nights. So Jeremy's not going to be playing with us anymore. We're going to miss him, and we're going to miss Than as well, our resident monk. So to give us a quick idea of what recently happened in the game, but what happened a while back for us, in our recent game, our friends were able to get to the Ripe Vine, very nice inn, getting ready to try to meet with Prince Aeryn's second eldest brother, Prince Domai, and they had been staying in a nice inn and wine cellar called the Ripe Vine. They got jumped, had a bedroom fight, I guess. No, that's not a pillow fight. Had guys breaking tables over bad guys, beating them with legs of chairs, chasing them out of the building, jumping out of windows, trying to beat them up, and and the gravy ladle of doom. Correct. Thank you, Clyde. The gravy ladle of doom that Thane came running after one of the bad guys with. That's right. Imagine the dwarf with a ladle, shaking it menacingly. And then they were given a better room by Kevin Whitlow, the proprietor of the establishment, and kind of went their own separate ways to do their own searching about what was going on, to find out more information, to take care of some business, and through their own events, they each ran into separate encounters, and were able to gain a bit safer time with Prince Domai. In that time, since then, They've met with Prince Domai. Prince Domai, when speaking with Aeryn, and this would be the first time that all of you have been present to all of you had been present with Prince Aeryn while he had spoken to his brother. And the last time any of you were present while he had spoken to a brother, I think it was only two of you that had spoken that were with him. I think it was Lot, and it was you, Thane, wasn't it? When they spoke to Prince Cairo?
No, it was. I believe it was Lot and Creech because I couldn't get my shoes off, so I stayed outside, and I think Joe Carr stayed outside with me, but I believe it was Creech and Lot that was with Cairo.
I went halfway in and realized that I liked it better outside. I think it was Than because he didn't have to take his shoes off because he
Yeah,
didn't have shoes on.
Yeah, I think it was Than and Lot.
Right. So Than and Lot were the only two of the group to meet any of the other Prince Aeryn's brothers so far, and so this would have been your first time, and you would have gotten to meet Prince Domai, who ultimately the best way to describe Prince Domai is that if Prince Aeryn had to go, this was the one that took me under his wing, it would have been Domai. Domai was the caring brother. Domai was the one who looked out for him, who saw past the twinkle in Prince Aeryn's eye that caused him to get into trouble and to be the littlest and the youngest, with there being at the time between Prince Maralai and between Prince Cairo and Prince Aeryn, there's about 15 years. And between the other brothers, there's really only about a year and a half, putting Royal in his mid-30s, with Prince, Royal now is in his late 30s, having been 2 years since we started, and Prince Royal, or Prince Aeryn, is about 18 now. I even have all their names right in front of me. Thanks for laughing.
That's a lot to keep track of.
It is. But I'm trying. He, when you spoke to him, he was very happy to see his brother, who he had not been able to see in 2 years, who obviously Prince Aeryn is Prince Domai's favorite brother. Doesn't seem as though Prince Domai would care very much for Cairo, and Prince Maralai was always very good at staying alone, especially since going into the priesthood for Dole. Throughout the conversation, you would have been able to see that Prince Domai has been very wary of what you and Aeryn have been providing him in information. He'd been seeing things get worse outside of the city, but only thought that maybe it had to do with just the cycle of times. You can't have all prosperous times, and in the city that he's in charge of, and especially in that county, things had been doing pretty even, mainly because of his own rule. You get the feeling that Prince Domai is very well equipped to become king, but that he's also very content to not have the responsibilities that Royal has in being king. You get the feeling that as it goes along, Domai would only accept it if he had to. If there's some way for him to pass the baton on to somebody who is worthy, he would be happy to do it and remain in his position as an advisor to that person. Even going as far as mentioning that he has he's seen Royal once or twice, but only because Domai had to go to council. And even then, Royal did not speak to him as a brother. The conversation, you're able to talk Domai into potentially giving up his place in line and and even going as far as getting Domai um, to voice that he would be happy to be an advisor to whoever came to the throne instead of himself. But he needs to know that in return that you would be able to do something for him. No, he's not being selfish. Prince Domai is a devout follower of Dol Noratu. Dol Noratu is one of the gods of the wilderness, and years and years and years ago, a very, very supposedly rich silver vein had been found outside of town, about 5 miles, or rather about a day's journey away. We'll say a day's journey. And turns out that the vein was not as prosperous as it could have been, and not long after people moving there and building up shacks, the vein went dry. But in that same time, they cut down forest around the vein to build those shacks, but spent a lot of time in reverence, in almost apology to Dol Noratu. They built a chapel. He has had confirmed that the shacks have pretty much been left in shambles as nature has reclaimed what they had brought. But to everyone's surprise, even travelers who have passed by say that the chapel to Dol Noratu is still standing, but completely as if it's been assimilated by nature, that it has become a part of it, and it's hard to tell where the chapel begins and where the chapel ends. Not in distance, but between what is wilderness and what isn't. Him being such a devout follower, he has heard rumors that a relic, a divine piece, if you will, of the overgod that is Dol, the Noratu piece, had been taken and moved to this location when it was built. But with the vein drying up so quickly and there being no work, nobody made any effort to stay, and even originally left the town with food on its plates. And they say that the relic of Dol Noratu was left in the chapel, and he wants you to go get that for him in order to keep that safe, rather than it falling into the hands of somebody who would take it and potentially try to use it to lord over those people who look at the wilderness as just the natural part and the natural form of Dol itself. And so that's where it brings we bring you guys. You have made it to the small village named after itself. It's called Noratu Dale. And Noratu Dale, you guys have been traveling for about a day. It's getting close. It is dusk about now, so we've got light coming from the horizon, but we see no sun. At this point of the year, the moon is also already starting to set as well. And there are saplings around. You walk up to this, what you can tell is the remains of a village. You see it as it's been. There are shambles of huts, of small shacks. Not many roofs are standing as vines and grass is beginning to grow up. There are saplings growing in what looks to have been a mudden path through town. You can find as well that there are off to the side just great trees around the entire bit of this bit of land, and in the center of town is a tall building with a door hanging only by its bottom hinge. There is Okay, cool. Congratulations, Matt. I'm proud. I'm happy for you.
Right there. All right, hang
That-
on. Let me put my headphones in, and we'll be all good to go.
for those of you just now paying attention, Matt has gone like 3 weeks without internet at home, and he just got that fixed, literally right now.
Right now. Okay. Okay.
So what happens is we basically given the background of what happened in our previous game. Talked about how Prince Domai is a devout follower of Dol Noratu, the entity of Dol that represents the wilderness, and that there is a mining town that once had a silver vein that was very promising that turned out to be a giant letdown. It was built up real fast as a shack and shanty town, and the only thing that was made with stability was a temple to Dol Naratu, almost in appeasance or asking forgiveness to Dol Naratu for having to cut down the area to build their shack town. The rest of the buildings and the shacks have become very derelict as nature reclaims it. But the only building that's said to left to be standing is the temple to Dol Naratu, and it's difficult to tell where nature begins and the temple ends. So the prince, being such a devout follower, has heard stories and even has a bit of evidence. He claims that there is a relic of Dol Naratu, the piece that is the Naratu piece of Dol, that was taken there to appease Dol and to hopefully gain protection for what they were doing. When the people left, legend says that they left the food on their plates and walked right out, just leaving, finding out that there was absolutely no reason to stay and that they hadn't been there long enough to even create ties to the location. So they all went looking for something else. But yeah.
This is perfect. Kajika, my character, would be like thrilled that there's this ancient temple, and he would be so excited about that, and he would be really interested in exploring and finding out exactly what happened, what went down, and trying to find this relic. This would like make his blood just pump like crazy. He's an explorer and a historian and an archaeologist. So this is like so exciting.
So as you guys walk up to that shanty town, what you're seeing is you've had to travel through wood. It's about a day's journey away from the capital of this county that you had been in with Domai. In clearing through the woods, this part of the forest looks to be quite old. You wouldn't go as far as to call it ancient, but certainly you were looking at some of the oldest trees on the island. As you come out of the trees and into a clearing, which the brush is not as deep, but you can absolutely tell that there are more saplings in this area, trees that stand a mere 10 feet tall compared to the 40, 50-foot trees that you have around you. There is not really any sign of the shanties at this point, other than rotted wood that might have just been like scraps, but absolutely standing in the middle of this shantytown clearing is a chapel-looking building covered in vines and grass and moss, and it looks to even be a tree growing out of the side of the building. It is dusk. The sun has set, casting the twilight across the sky, and at this time of the year, the moon is setting soon behind the sun.
Is Areen or are Areen and or Dover with us?
Yes, you have Arene with you. Dover refuses to leave Arene's side at this point, and Domai, wishing to have account from one of his own guards, has insisted that this guard come with you.
So as Creature's kind of approaching this clearing, or maybe even taking his first couple of steps, he kind of looks over towards Arene and Dover and says, "Forgive me. Did Domai? Did he mention if there would be anything here? Are there any threats?"
Uh, Arene looks over at you. Master Creech, he did not mention anything of threats. What he did mention was, well, from what I recall of what he said, is that there is a used up silver mine nearby somewhere, and that this part of, the wood has reclaimed, and he looks up at the chapel, or attempted to reclaim all that man has brought here. Uh, the woods are known to be full. Not full. We have yet to run into any of them. And he looks over at Dover, and Dover just deadpan looks back at him. We've yet to run into any of them, but we do know that there should be, wolves. There are some giant spiders that do live in the woods of the island. Uh, well, uh, as I recall, you mentioned that you fought right before you met me a dire wolf of sorts. And as he says that, he rubs a set of gloves, of fur gloves that he's wearing, the last remaining gift given to him by Than, by Than, before he was called back to his master um, for more training and to help him ascend to a new level of his training.
Creech would kind of gaze over kind of what he could see here, and he would kind of uncharacteristically sniff the air. He says, "Giant spiders." And the first thing that he would do is he kind of stoop over, kind of in a squatted crouch, and he'd just be staring at the ground. And what I would like to do is I would like to see if I could find any tracks specifically. I'm trying to use my Hunter's Bane ability, which lets me have advantage against Fey, Fiends, and Undead. Now, I can only pick one at a time, so I would like to see if I can find undead tracks.
Okay, remind me how that works. Do you need to make a roll?
I have advantage on survival checks to track Fey, Fiends, and Undead.
Okay. Do this for me. Pick one dice to be your regular dice, and pick the other die to be the advantage die.
Okay. Do you want to know what both outcomes were?
Yes, please.
The regular dice is I guess I should look at my stats here.
No, just make up numbers.
Is an 8 total. The advantage dice is a 17 total.
Okay. You are not seeing any tracks of undead.
Okay, yeah. Creech is not. He is probably, if there is one of those three that he's most familiar with, he would think that he's most familiar with fiends. So, because of this, he would probably accept it for what it was and just say, okay, just to himself kind of feel confident that if there are undead around here, they have not walked in this visible area that he can see. And he just kind of stand up wordlessly and just say, giant spiders.
We're not going to have any of those roaming around, are we? I hate spiders. That thing will start actually looking around.
Noticing Thane looking around, he kind of realizes that maybe Creech has scared Thane a little bit, talking about all these spiders. And so he, in words of comfort, just simply says, we'll definitely at least either see them coming if they're giant spiders. I mean, we're going to see them, right?
I sure hope so. I'm not that I'm scared. I just hate creepy crawlies.
That's fair.
While these guys are talking about spiders and wolves and all sorts of things, Kajika is just looking for remnants of any sort of civilization, rocks, stone especially. He's guessing that the temple was made from stone unless he was told otherwise, so he'd be looking for semi-buried bits of stone that might look like they've been worked, things like that, because he desperately wants to find this temple.
All right. Go ahead and make a perception roll.
All right.
Since you're looking specifically for it, no, just make the perception roll.
It would be 15.
Cool. As you are looking around, you are not finding anything made of stone. But you do find, as you look through, what seems to be in a couple of the houses. The main thing that you would find that stands out from everything else is that there's actually eating utensils made of metal, and it seems to be made of. It looks shiny and silvery.
All right, so yeah, it looks like silver, or silver plated. So I would, I would definitely go up to them. I would probably know the difference between silver and normal metal. So I'd, bend the utensils a little bit, maybe test them in my teeth. I don't know, whatever it takes to see if I can actually identify it as silver.
This metal seems very, very soft, which is a typical trait of silver.
Okay. Yeah, I would call out to the others and I would say, hey, you guys, you're talking about spiders and wolves, but look what I found. There's some silver utensils. We heard that there was a silver mine. Can't be too far away if we've already found some silverware here.
But Thing will pick it up and look at it to make sure to see if it's really silver.
As you pick it up and examine it, it seems to meet a lot of the qualities of being silver.
Yep, It's a silver spoon, and I'll hand it to him if you want it.
Are there only spoons and forks, or is there the full array of cutlery?
Spoons, forks, and knives.
Okay. Creech would pick up one of the knives.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, are you expecting trouble that we will need to make use of this?
Hopefully only a hearty meal, Fred.
Kajika fingers his weapon and says, "I think we've got better things than a butter knife to fight with if it comes to that." And he'll start like, are the floors of these houses, are they like covered in like soil, or are they wood? Are they just packed dirt? What are the floors of these buildings?
These houses, probably this city was probably abandoned about the time that Thane was a child. So Thane, you're like what, almost 200 years old?
Uh, well, that I guess that's up for debate because I don't know exactly how you would be doing ages in this.
Oh, your age is typical.
Okay, so yeah, thing to be about 100, 150.
Okay. So when Thane was a small child, this shanty town was abandoned. So floors, if it was wood, it's rotted away.
And I see they got things mine already went with how he could melt it down, and then he's talking about a butter knife, and he looks at it and he said, "I beg to differ. My Aunt Greca killed a bugbear with a butter knife once. Never miss a thing of determination, and thing said it will put two of them in his belt."
All right. These are glorified steak knives. They are actually more like butter knives. So what you would do is you would do a D4 minus 1 plus whatever bonus you have.
Oh, okay. Let me. If I took the time to sharpen it, would it still do the -1, or is it just because it's a butter knife?
It's because it's a butter knife.
Oh, well then I'm stabbing somebody with a butter knife. It will happen.
Hey, our grandma has a story about that. What's the next move, gentlemen? Arene is um, moving over toward the. He's moving over toward the chapel as
Oh,
you guys discuss this.
so we did find it because I was like, well, I think the church would be the biggest building next to the town hall. So I will go.
Absolutely. Like, to give you guys an idea of dimensions, this shanty town, at most in this clearing, would be 150 feet across. People threw this place up just trying to get a shelter over their head while they tried to do everything they could to rape that silver mine and get everything that they possibly could as quickly as possible. Stake their claim on what they could find.
Right. And so it's really quick, but we have heard that there was a temple.
Not a temple, it's a chapel.
Oh, chapel. Okay, chapel. Chapel. I'll have to write that down. All right. Chapel. And none of these buildings that we see look like one, right?
No. I told you that in the middle of this clearing is the chapel. So it is there. It's the only building standing.
You know, just in comparison with the rest of the buildings, how well, okay, you said the other buildings were fast, so okay, the temple, okay, never mind. Got my answer myself. But I will be going over with him, with Erin to the chapel.
I'd definitely head straight over there.
Sees you, nods, and begins to look into the chapel. As you look into the chapel, off to this, to give a sense of direction, the chapel entrance faces to the west. So as you come in the west facing east, on the left side, there are windows and window frames. Whatever glass might have been there is lying shattered in the area. There are benches rather than pews. Off on the south side of the building to your right, growing from the ground, which is now absolutely covered in soft moss, is a tree that is growing up and then growing out of the window, reaching for, or as if it would be reaching for the sunlight when the sun was out. At the front of the room is an altar, and vines and moss are covering the walls. As you look up, you see vine as it tangles around the supports of the ceiling and the roof, which still seem to be holding quite strong right now. The roof does not seem to be in need of repair, and the altar is also as well covered in moss and vines.
Well, Thane will start trying to clear off the moss on the altar and look and see what kind of offerings was actually left here for Do
Naratu.
Naratut, yeah.
Cool. Walking in, you pass Areen as he has moved over to the tree and is looking at it and observing it as it goes up into the sky, even going as far as to lean his head between the window sills, the window frame, and look up to see where it reaches to. You walk up to the altar, and if there is anything on the altar, it is difficult to see or find due to the moss and the vines.
Right, I'm going to start clearing the moss and the vines off of the altar itself.
Oh, okay. Make a save for me.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm going to need you to make a Constitution save.
Alrighty. One second. Constitution. Okay. I got a 17.
Awesome. You feel nothing. No sense of anything And in fact, treat it as if you are unaware that you even had to make a save.
Okay. Well, like I said, I'm going to try to make the altar a little more presentable since
Okay.
since the chapel has remained as a testament to its build, dwarf quality, of course. Looks it, yes. Um, Thing will just continue to clear off and maybe check out if when he can actually see the offerings, see what was actually left here.
All right. As you are clearing off the altar, um, you are go ahead and make a perception roll as you clear off the altar. That's what I need.
Three. Well,
uh,
I was trying to tell you when I was rolling, but I couldn't.
you are able to rip a lot of the moss and the vines off. Uh, as you do, you find the altar itself being made up of at the top. You can tell it's made up of of a single large square slab lying flat, and it seems to be based off of the way that the moss and the uh, vines have covered the supports. It seems to be supported by um, three legs, and the moss and the vines seem to wrap around all of it.
Okay, so, but there was the offerings have been long gone, right?
Uh, you absolutely believe that, having knocked all the moss and the vines off of it into the ground.
Well, while this is happening, what's the distance between the altar and the back wall?
Uh, Between the altar and the back wall, it's about 7 feet.
So it's not far at all.
No.
And between the altar and the two other sides, like the left and the right side?
Um, Between the altar and the left and the right side, it's about 6 feet each side. So that would put the
So this is
altar itself at about 3 feet.
all right, and so it's a very small room, really. It's a very small chapel. How many sort of rows of seating benches are there?
There are about 10 rows of benches on each side with a center aisle, with the benches only being about as wide, or being just a little bit more narrow in length than the distance from the altar to the wall. So the benches are really about 5 feet long.
Okay. And there's no other exits as far as we can see. It's just the one doorway and this room, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So Kajika would nod in approval as the altar is cleared, and what he would be looking for is not on the top of the altar, but he would be looking like he would dig through the vines and the moss on the sides of the altar, and he would look for compartments or triggers that might either show a hidden stairway underneath the building, or perhaps just be like a hidden compartment or something that things could be stored within the altar itself.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception roll. You can do it with advantage and make a Constitution save as well.
My perception roll is 16, and my Constitution saving throw is Constitution 14.
All right. You feel absolutely nothing, not even realizing that you need to make the save, as there is no response from that. You begin to pull away at the moss and the vines, and you realize that it's not on three legs. It's actually on um, three three more slabs of stone set on its edges, making a triangular base. As you search for switches or secret compartments, the stones seem very solid.
But is it kind of like maybe like what a brazier would be? Like it's actually up off the ground, is that right? With these slabs, like the slabs are like slanting upwards.
No, it's um in set take your book and set it on its spine, and that's the
Yeah.
supports.
Cool.
Whereas the top of it is the book lying flat on top of them.
Cool. All right. And there's no carvings in the stone itself. No runes or designs.
None.
Okay. At seeing nothing, Jake would sort of like shake his head and look up to the others and shrug and see what they want to do.
Is Areen still looking at the tree?
No, by this point, Areen has begun to move around the room. At one point, you watch as Areen sits on the bench, looks around, looks down at the bench, holds onto the bench with his hands, bobs up and down. These benches don't seem to be breaking under him, and there's even a look of confusion on his face. Opens his eyes wide. Okay. Almost realizing, well, this is interesting. Stands up, kind of walks around the rest of it, moves up to Kajika, and looks down. Nothing? And as he says that, he sits on his haunches, looking at the rest of the, looking at the altar. Well, looking around the room, he looks up at the three of you, looks at Dover, and just shrugs. I cannot find anything at all, my friends. Are we certain that this is the place?
This is the only. This is the only other really sturdy-looking building.
I agree. Could there be any chance that maybe this is another? No, no. I don't know. Uh, we could assume that maybe whatever was here has been taken. That would be a shame. And he looks over at his brother's guard. We have to find something we could bring back.
Well, I seriously doubt that anybody pilched anything out of here. We we holy men, we know how to hide stuff. We just got to find it. They knew what they're looking for. We're not. We do not.
So Creech would walk back outside and begin taking a lap around the building itself, looking to see if there is anything that looks like it has been recently either trod upon or, fresh soil's been turned over or anything that might indicate that there was activity here recently.
All right. As you are going around the building, making that perception roll.
21?
Say what?
21?
21. Beautiful.
That's a lie. It's an 18, sorry.
It's an 18. That's still very good. You watch as come around the back of the building. You hear a sound behind you. So what you've done is you've walked along the south side of the building out the front door, walked to the east, turned the corner to go north. You've made it to the northwest corner or the northeast corner of the building, opposite from the door, and behind you, you absolutely hear the slight sounds of the vines beginning to move, and you watch as the vines grow into like peeling off of the wall, peeling off the ground, coming together, and they grow into this this large plant-like creature behind you, and you hear it as it roars a very guttural, natural sound. From outside, everybody else can hear this, or from inside the chapel, everyone else can hear this as well. Go ahead and roll initiative.
That's a poor initiative roll. I'm guessing that we're typing this.
Please do.
Okay. Initiative.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, I got the burps. Huh. Oh well, okay. Right here. Alright, so going first is going to be, obviously according to the side, it's going to be Evermind. Creech. Go for it. This creature, since this is only 15 feet around, you are within 10 feet of this creature, as it's at the other corner. And it is a large creature as well.
I gotcha. So Creech, kind of as this forms behind him, it's kind of that horror movie where he's slowly turning around and he looks over his shoulder and he sees this thing. And his initial reaction is he takes a step back, and I'm going to take the dodge action and just put my hands up and just start saying, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Okay. Kajika.
Alright, okay, I am going to studiously look over this this creature that has appeared.
You're still inside the chapel.
Oh, it's outside.
Oh, then you'll be on the west side then. Because Creech is the only one who said he started investigating around the chapel.
Oh, so okay. Is there any noise then? So do I hear?
Absolutely.
Do I hear anything?
You hear that natural guttural noise.
All right. So I would hear the noise. I would draw my rapier, and I would call out and say, because my companion went outside. I would call out and say, you see anything out there? I heard something.
One word, Creech, if you want it.
So it would probably just be the same thing that you just hear him say, "Whoa, whoa," like distressed.
Yeah, with the roar and the fact that the only other noise that is going on outside is it has actually died down now with this roar. Any sound of night birds or chirping of crickets or other woodland creatures, it has all died with the raising of this beast. So hearing the roar, you also hear the whoa, whoa from behind the building.
I leg it out of the door. So I have 30 foot, so I can probably get out of the room. And could I make it to a corner of the building with that amount of movement?
You could make it if you. So are you in the building then?
So I was looking at the altar. The roar happened. I would get up. I guess. I don't know if
you would be able to go out the door and make it to the northwest or southwest corner.
Yeah, that's cool. I'll do that, and I'll like lean my back up against the wall and peer around the corner to see if I can see anything. And I guess it would be I would turn. So looking at the going out of the building, I would turn left, go to that corner, whichever corner that is,
South.
and yeah. So I'm at the south corner, looking around.
All right. You're Valinar, so you have dark visions, and you can make out in your black and white that that creature. You can see the butt of it, that there is a large vine-like creature.
Okay. I don't think there's much else I can really do other than say, I yell out.
If you, based off of what you said, and that you've only moved 30 feet, you would still have your action.
Well, I drew my rapier.
That would be, I mean, that's a interaction.
So what I want to do, I see the butt of it. I'm going to look it over. I'm going to use my insightful fighting feature, and as an action, I'm making a wisdom insight check against the creature's charisma deception check.
Okay. I got a good roll.
I've got wisdom insight, and wisdom insight is, so that's a total of 24.
I got a total of 2.
Cool. So basically what that means is I can use sneak attack against the target even if I do not have advantage or if there is no enemy of the target within 5 feet. So basically I can use sneak attack against it.
Okay.
Is what I'm at. All right, so that's my turn.
All right. Thane, you're up.
Wow, really? It got a worse initiative than me?
Absolutely. It rolled your total. It has a penalty to Dex.
Dang. I feel sorry for it. But I will. How far away am I from? I'm going to make my way towards it. Towards the roar.
All right.
I tell A-Rain to stay in the building.
And as you do that, he says, I can't. My brother's watching.
Then exercise more caution than the Duragar, and I will run out there to where the monster is, because I don't believe I could hear Creech hollering whoa whoa, but I could hear a loud roar. What does this?
Okay. You were inside as well?
Yes, I was inside with
Okay.
A-Rain.
Then we'll just keep it the same. It's 30 feet from where you were to one of the corners to peek around the building toward the sound. When you come out the door, it's easy to see that Kajika is off to your left with his back to the wall, looking around the back side of the side of the building.
Okay. Well, I moved the 25 feet that my movement allows me, and then when I see that, I was like, what is it? Is it a dragon? I will take the dodge action in case it tries to get in the building on us.
So you're just going to stop in the doorway?
Well, I have only. You said it's 30 feet, and I have 20. Oh yeah, I could run. Yeah, I'm running and dashing.
Cool. As you go out, you are going to end up 15 feet away from the creature. So Kajika, as you're peeking around that corner, come running around as your dwarven friend, haul and tail, going around that corner to come around the backside of this creature.
I say a single word, which is careful.
Everybody's telling everybody to be careful. Got it.
I understand this word not. Careful is not in my vocabulary. Can't be vocabulating those fancy words to me.
The creature, still responding to Creech, his hands up, rears back, roars at Creech, and is going to begin. He'll actually move forward towards you to become within 5 feet of you, and he is going to start to try to slam you with big, viney, sinewy arms. And as he does that, you watch as he hits the side of the building, and you watch as parts of him fall off. The second attack comes swinging at you from the other side, and that's a... Where's your card? That's a 17 to hit you, Creech, with disadvantage. Is your AC still 15?
It's still 15, yeah.
Okay. So that'll hit you. That slam comes swinging at you with a giant, mighty roar. And you take, let's see, 11 points of bludgeoning damage. Boom, as he swings hard at you. From coming around the corner, you watch as Areen comes running out of the building, turns the corner past you, goes about halfway, Kajika, sees that Thane hasn't gone far enough, all the way up to it yet. It is only seeing the very tail end of it. Draws his rapier, draws his shield, and goes into a defensive posture as well. Creech.
So Creech, after getting racked on the side of the head here, will just kind of turn. So you say this is a large creature?
Yes.
So Creech stands at a whopping 7 feet 10 inches tall. Is it as big as he is?
It's closer to 10 foot tall.
Okay. So Creech will attempt to grapple this thing.
Okay.
Oh.
Grappling something that's larger than you, it has advantage on it.
Okay.
Think before this.
And do I do straight strength or do I do athletics?
You do athletics.
All right. I got a 24.
You'll beat it. You'll beat it. I've got a 20.
All right. Since I have the extra attack feature, do I also get to attack this thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
All that grappling has done is made it so that it can't go anywhere.
Um, let's see. All right. Then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to body blow this thing. Just punch it.
Go ahead.
Do I have advantage since it's grappled?
No.
I will use inspiration. God. Rolled a 4 and a 5, so I'm going to assume I did not hit this thing. It would have been a whole 10.
A 10 won't hit it.
All right. Well, then I will continue to hold on to this dude.
Anything bonus action you want to use?
Nope.
Okay. Kajika. You know that from where it is around the building, you can see its tail end, and it's going to have 3/4 cover if you're doing ranged.
How far would it be to move up to it?
If you move straight up to it, it'll cost you 30 feet. You can move at an angle to try to get a better view.
And those viney tendril arms, they look like they're fairly long, right?
From what you could see, because Creech is not on the corner that you can see, it roared. Everybody started moving its way, and then you watched it start to move further around the corner.
Okay, so what I want to do is I want to move diagonally so that I have a better view. I will, but before I start moving, I'm going to just drop my rapier right where I am, so it's at the corner of the building, so I can come back to it fairly easily and not lose it in the underbrush. I'm going to move diagonally so I've got a better view. I'm going to interact with my bow and take a shot with the better view.
Okay. With the better view, it only has half cover, so that's only a +2 to its AC.
Okay.
Excuse me.
I'm not going to hit it. So it's a 12. So, yeah. I guess I will loose the bow. Unfortunately, it either just clambers into the wall, and as a, let's see, the other thing could be though, just so that you know, I could actually have taken a bonus action to dash. Which would probably negate the cover altogether, right? I could get in front of it.
Yes. How long does your bonus action rogue ability you used last round last?
It wasn't a bonus thing. It was an action and it lasts for a minute.
Ah, okay. Cool. Then yeah, you could dash to get rid of that half cover. Or yeah.
Yeah, so it's still a 12, so I don't think I'll be able to hit it. But even so, I'm in a good position, and I can do some more later on. All right, so that's my turn.
All right. Thane, you can move up on it.
Okay. As I'm moving, I'll look at A-Ring, pull the rapier, and say, "We're not sewing. Get the real sword." And I will move up onto the creature that Creech is grappling, and I believe I will attacketh it. Yeah.
Go right ahead.
I'll attack it. I got a, what is it? 16. and a 15.
Both will hit.
Okay. Oh well, I'll do it next time. 10. Okay, I got a 13 and an 11.
All right. That's the first damage it's taken.
Huzzah.
Anything else?
Oh yeah, well, yeah. As my bonus action, I'll cast a Hunter's Mark on it. Forgot to do that before I
There you
attack.
go.
But now moving on.
The monster grappling with Creech. It's going to attack Creech. One attack. That first attack is going to be a total of 23. That second attack is going to be a total of 5. Oh, no, 9. So you're only going to take, with that first attack, 2, 7, 9. You're going to take 13 points of bludgeoning damage as it continues to swing at you, doing everything it can to try to to hit you twice. But for some reason, you seem to always dodge one of those blows, and it roars out at the end of each of its turns as it finds itself unable to hit you with both of its slam attacks. Prince Aerine comes running around the corner. When you see Aerine, he has drawn his sword that you helped him to make. He has his shield, and he goes down into a defensive posture right beside you, right up against the creature. Creech.
Creech was hoping that all of this could have come to pass without violence, but all the violence seems to be directed at him now, so he's wondering if grabbing this thing was a great idea. So, can I let go without using any action?
It's an interaction, yeah.
Okay, so then I would have to use my action to draw something, wouldn't I?
Actually, I think letting go is a free action.
Free action, yeah.
Okay. Well, then that's what he'll do. I would think that Creech would be holding onto this thing, and during the attack, it would have brought Creech kind of off of his feet, and with the momentum of the creature, he would kind of let go, and as he got out of his range, if there needs to be a opportunity attack, go ahead and take it.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'm moving away from him right now. That's the first thing I'm doing.
Okay. That's a 16.
Hits.
Oh. It's going to be 19 points of bludgeoning.
Ow, Jesus.
Yikes. So you can see Creech, whatever his original plan was, he gets slapped hard, and he is not looking great. But most of it's his own fault. But anyway, as he lands on the ground, he kind of rolls up to his feet, and all in one motion, he pulls the bow from his back. Bonus action, you can see the blue come from under his skin, and it rolls out, and it's almost right in the same motion. He pulls and fires 2 arrows into this thing.
How far away from it are you when you fire?
So I would have moved, probably hit, roll, move, so a total of 20 feet.
Okay.
Kind of hit, roll, pop up to my feet, do that thing. So the first attack is a 23. Second attack is a 15.
Both will hit.
All right. first damage. My Crimson Right damage went up. Huzzah! So we will do 2 lightning and 10 piercing.
All right.
With the first attack. Second attack will do 6 lightning and 4 piercing.
All right. You're watching as this vine creature, when you hit it with the lightning, it responds not in pain, but almost in a sick delight, as if it enjoys being hit with that kind of pain.
It's not like getting bigger or anything, is it?
It's not getting bigger, no.
Okay.
Kajika.
Alright. Well, Kajika has something special up his sleeve. He digs through his pockets and he pulls out something that sort of glints in the sunlight just ever so slightly, and he just fingers the end of his arrow of the arrow and sort of and takes a shot with it. This time with fire glass. Da-ba-da-ba. Okay. Fire glass. And that'll be enough. I got a 16.
16 will hit.
So fire glass. What am I doing for that?
Fire glass?
Yeah, this is these are the fire arrows that you used against us at the forest encounter with the hut, and I saved some. I have a total of 2. I'm shooting 1.
They do a d6 of fire damage extra.
Extra? Okay.
Uh-huh.
So let's see. The first d6 will be the piercing, and the second d6 will be. Let me just read it out to you. So it'll be 10 piercing damage, and unfortunately, because I rolled a 1 on the second dice, it's only 1 fire damage. But it is fire, and it is a plant, so you can determine whatever you like from that.
As you hit, excuse me, as you hit the plant with that fire damage, it seems as though the arrow, when it hits, there's only just a small explosion of fire as it hits and the arrow tip breaks. But it does not seem as if the explosion was as big and was as broad of a burst as when they hit the roof of the prince's hideout, and you watch as that it goes out almost as quickly as it is lit.
All right. Well, I've got another one up my sleeve, and I sort of I want to tell the guys that I say I've got another fire arrow here. I think it might be extra extra effective after the second hit. We'll see, and then yeah, I will. That'll be my turn.
All right.
Oh, and I get sneak attack.
Right.
So another 6 piercing on top. Sorry.
All right. Thane, you're up.
Okay. I'll tell Aaron, you stay here. And when he does that, I will use my bonus action, like a gathering of mist, and starts to surround. Oh, you know what? I ain't moving. No what? I don't need to move. I'll tell Arine to start making his way around it so we can attack it from both sides. And Thane will start trying to chop it down with his battle axe. I brought the proper weapon.
All right, go ahead and make your attack.
19 and 7.
The 19 will hit.
Okay, then I'm going to smite this little bugger. And it's already been hit. So 5, 16, 23 damage.
Nice. And you stayed right where you are?
Yes.
Okay. The monster, realizing that there's somebody behind him, or behind it, turns around and begins to swing at you, Thane.
I'm not here. I'm too short. He has to make a perception. Make a perception. Saving throw. Saving throw.
First attack is 24. So that first meaty club comes down and does a whole whopping 8 points of bludgeoning damage to you.
Oh, good, good.
Second one swings. That's a 21 to hit you. You take 11 points of bludgeoning damage the second time.
Okay. Well, that's good.
And you are grappled.
Sir, you unhand me.
And the creature engulfs you. You are blinded, restrained, and unable to breathe. You will have to succeed on a con saving throw at the start of each of your turns or take damage.
Now look at here. I agree with getting close to nature, but this is ridiculous.
At that, Arine has already started running around within his reach to the other side, and he begins to hack away at the creature. His first attack hits, and he does a whole mighty whopping 5 points of damage. With his second attack, woo! He will hit again and do 4 whopping points of damage. So nobody is in your way anymore. Oh, Creech, now your ally being in the way is giving the monster a bit of cover.
Cool. Is it my turn?
Yes, it is your turn, Creech.
Cool. I just got to ask, since I am so tall and it is a large creature and Arene is a normal-sized person, does he still have cover?
Yes.
Okay.
It's only half cover.
Cool. I just had to ask. Well, Creech will attempt his favorite maneuver. How tall is the chapel?
The chapel, with the way that the roof is built, the roof is a steep A-frame style roof, and the highest point or the lowest point of the roof is only about 6 feet up.
Okay. Is there any chance that tree that's been growing out of the window is near me?
The tree that's growing out the window is on the other side of the building.
Cool. Well, then I would climb to the roof.
Make an athletics check.
I got a 12.
All right. That climbing that many feet only takes you. It takes 15 feet to move there because you said you moved 20 feet away from it after it hit you.
Okay.
It puts you 15 feet past the edge of the building. Moving 15 feet forward, climbing 6 feet counts as 12 feet. Technically, you have 3 feet of movement left and an action and a bonus.
Cool.
And you are within reach of it, and it is within reach of you again.
Oh god.
You can angle yourself so that you spend that 3 feet of movement getting the angle to go up if you like.
This was not thought out real well because there's a lot of things that could go bad for me.
You remind me of a friend of ours who likes to climb things and shoot.
Yeah. Yeah. So, can I aim my bow down and take a shot without the cover?
Yes, but you'll be within 5 feet of it.
Okay, so is that what, disadvantage?
Yep.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going to fire the first arrow, will be just standard. I'm glad you reminded me, Matt. I have one of those arrows. I took a shot, missed with it, and went and picked it back up when we were in that town that they were setting stuff on fire. So, first shot at disadvantage, not the fire arrow. Does a 16 hit?
A 16 does hit.
Second shot, fire arrow with disadvantage. Does a 12 hit?
12 does not hit.
Bummer. Well, I put another arrow by you, Matt, in case you need it. And the damage does 3 lightning and 8 piercing.
All right.
And can I, lay down and make myself flat?
Can I fall prone as a free action? Yes.
Cool. Yeah, I'm attempting to gain full cover here, or as much cover as possible.
Okay. Kajika.
All right. Well, I still think that fire is the best option here. So I am going to use my second. Although the shot that he let off, would it have shattered on the ground, or is it viable?
High or low, Caleb?
High.
It did land on the ground. It did not shatter. High or low, Caleb? No, high or low, Matt?
I'll go low.
It is low. So yes, the arrow actually is unspent and within 10 feet of you.
I will move 10 feet, and I will pick up that thing, and I will try and hit the creature with it once. Actually, I can do that and move back to my previous position. So I'll move forward, pick it up, move back, shoot the creature. Let's see. That is a 22 to hit.
That will hit.
So I've got okay, I've got 7, 11, 15 points of piercing damage and 4 points of fire.
All right. This thing is taking it pretty hard. You watch as the mound is getting smaller, but you still are unable to see your friend Thane, who it is his turn. Thane, I need you to make a Constitution save for me.
Yep.
You are blinded, restrained, and unable to breathe.
Right. Because somebody had to go and aggravate a salad monster. I got a 20, 18 plus 2.
Good. You do not take the damage, but
Okay.
you are blind and restrained. That's the big one.
Okay. I have a question.
I have an answer. Let's see if they match.
Okay. I have the ability to cast Misty Step that lets me teleport 30 feet. Could I use that to get out of this salad monster?
Let me look to make sure that you can use the components. Uh, since you cannot breathe, you're not able to talk, and it has a verbal component.
It does. Why you?
Yes, it does. It's only a verbal component too.
Yeah, I
So
know.
it's,
That's what you.
and also you need to be able to see the unoccupied space that you want to teleport to, and currently you are blind.
Okay. Well, then I will. Yeah, I know. Well, then I will be attacking the blasted thing on the inside. I can't attack. If you're gonna tell me I can't attack.
You can, but you're just blind. You're disadvantaged, right?
Restrained.
Restrained. Bu-bu-bu. Restrained is speed becomes 0. Attack rolls have advantage against you. Your attack rolls have disadvantage, and you've got disadvantage on dexterity saving throw. So yes, he has disadvantage. So
Yep.
you can still attack.
Okay. Well, I was just okay. Making sure.
And, yes, go ahead. Triple disadvantage. I want to
Yeah,
hear that from the Halo voice. Triple disadvantage.
Is there such thing as triple disadvantage? Because I ain't got.
No.
No. But blind gives you a chance that you attack in the absolute wrong direction. So not only is there disadvantage, but since you can't see at all, there's a chance that you'll choose the wrong direction to attack completely.
Is that possible when you're inside of something?
Inside the creature. Yeah.
Maybe you just don't attack far enough to get to it.
That's a good explanation.
Okay, I'll buy. Okay. 16.
Cool. High or low?
Nice.
Low.
You feel really good about that swing as it goes through the air.
Okay. And my second attack. I got 16 again.
High or low?
Low.
You feel really good about that attack as it swings through the air.
No.
So you are watching as this entire salad monster's body is just moving and shaping, and as you swing, you are those of you on the outside are watching as this axe just goes out through nothing, and then the body closes behind it.
At least we know he's alive.
Yes, absolutely. He's alive and fighting. Cool. The creature begins to attack Areen.
Oh.
Oh, woo! Yeah. Clyde, I'll let you for free make. He rolled a natural 1 on his attack. I'll let you for free make an escape roll. DC 14. Takes no action for you.
Okay. What do I need to roll?
Athletics or acrobatics on a DC 14.
Oh, good.
Definitely do athletics because you have disadvantage at acrobatics.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, no, I was, because I'm not even proficient in acrobatics, but I'm proficient in athletics. Salad monster away. Wait, am I still... Oh, do I still have disadvantage because I'm restrained?
And
Not on athletics checks.
Oh, okay.
But if you did it as the acrobatics checks, you would.
Oh, good. I got a 16. What is
That's
it?
good enough.
16s?
These 16s finally worked for you. Wait, no, high or low? No, I'm kidding. You roll. You watch as those axes are swinging out. Its body opens up, it is assuming that you are going to be swinging one more time. Its body opens up, and you roll out of a hole. This time, you are on the other side of it from the building. So you are on the east side. You have Prince Arene on the north side. And from where you are, you're not going to be able to see Creech, but far off to your left, to the west, is Kajika.
Oh, okay.
So you're out there. You make your way out, but because we gave that to you on your own turn, we're gonna have you prone. It's not gonna be able to attack you because it finished all of its attacks against Arene. Arene makes his attacks against the creature, swinging. Actually, will move over and stand partially over you, trying to protect you. Sweet. And he gets a 22 and a 24. Going for his damage. Woo! Gets 4 damage and 3 damage as he's swinging wildly trying to help you guys out. And the creature is having a very, very tough time right now. Creech, you laying on your back, you begin to hear the sound of a dwarf coughing. As Arene goes, I got you.
So while Creech is laying there, I would quickly like to scan the top of the chapel for either a chimney or a steeple.
None.
Oh, bummer. Can I roll 5 feet?
In which direction?
Away?
Sure. It'll cost you twice your movement.
Oh, really? So you're just saying it costs double movement, so it'll cost 10 feet.
Right.
Okay. And how high is the apex of this thing?
The apex of this ceiling is going to be 15 feet up.
Damn. Okay.
Death from above.
That's what's about to happen here. Because it sounds fun. So I will use my 10 feet to roll out of this thing's grasps, whatever. Stand up, which also takes half of my movement, right?
Yep, so you've spent 25.
So can I step 5 feet and jump off of this thing onto this guy, onto this salad monster?
Yes, you'll be able to jump off and land on him. The movement from jumping off will move into another one of your actions.
Okay, well, I wasn't necessarily planning on using my bow or anything. I'm going to hold on to my bow, but I'm more attempting to... Let's see. Let's try and coup de grace this thing, so double foot stomp.
Okay. Okay, so then do this. You're going to have disadvantage on the attack roll because of what you're trying to do. But
Okay.
if you hit, you do double damage.
Okay. I wish I hadn't used my inspiration. Ooh. So is this just going to be, for my attack roll, what am I adding to it? Just proficiency and strength?
Should be.
All right. Just making sure. Then at disadvantage, I have a 16.
Yeah.
That does hit.
All right. All right. And so is this just falling damage, or is this equivalent to punching damage?
It's equivalent to punching.
Okay, so it's 1 plus my strength, so I do 6 damage total.
Which is actually enough to tell me how you drop it.
Oh, what a perfect moment. You're gonna do well, man. This is gonna look awesome.
So Creech scans, trying to see if he can find a steeple or something like that. He can't. He rolls over and pushes himself up off of his stomach, and then once more kind of scans to see if there's anything. And then in the side of his vision, he sees the top of this salad monster. He sees his friends, and he sees the what's the guy? What's the Obadiah? What's the prince who sent the messenger with us?
Uh, Domai.
Domai. He notices Domai, his messenger, how he has not helped. Um, but then takes a step and he jumps off and he pulls his knees up to his chest. And right as he's about to impact this big salad monster, he just explodes forth with both of his feet and his arms up in the air. And basically, what he does is the wood and vines just splinter and split as he just basically stomps this thing in half. And then he lands right where this thing was as the two pieces just fall to either side.
You do that right in front of Arene, who's still standing over the laying prone that you just now realize Thane is lying prone. And he's just standing there looking at it with eyes wide in amazement as you, in typical Creech style, just kind of look around like, no big deal. What? Did you guys just not show up?
Yeah, he does that for a second, reminiscent of jumping out of the flaming house window, but much like that same moment, Creech stands there heroic for a moment and then kind of collapses down to a knee because he is not in great shape, as stated previously.
And so, right there is where we will take a 5-minute break.
All right. Catch you soon.
Cool. Very nice. Very, very nice. Got Clyde back yet?
Yep, I'm here.
Sweet. Everybody's back. Gentlemen, you have helped after the fight. You have helped um, Creech back into the small chapel, and Creech is seated, resting, and you guys are all standing around in the room or seated on benches or on the floor, however you like, with Aireen, Dover, and Domai's guard with you. Domai's guard standing further away from the group, watching.
Uh, I, how much damage did Creech actually take during the fight?
Creech, you bloodied?
Creech
Are you on your last leg?
Creech is bloodied.
As a reminder, since it's been so long, bloodied means that they have taken at least half of their life HP and damage, kind of a way for us to be able to non-meta to talk about HP. And last leg is from the player's perspective. They could be hit one if they get hit one more time, they're probably out.
As far as that salad monster goes, I would have been on my last leg. However, Creech also realizing that he's going to get an opportunity to rest for a while, would probably, if you began to approach him, would probably just put a hand up and say, "Save it." And meta uses hit dice instead.
So, do y'all want to take an hour rest then?
That would give you guys an opportunity to see what you couldn't find.
Yeah, I'm happy for him to rest. I'll probably spend the hour looking around more and seeing if there's anything else that we've missed, making sure there's no more of these salad monsters.
I love that that's what you guys are calling it, by the way. Absolutely love it. Cool. So as Creech is resting, um, Dover is with Aireen, who, luckily this time, you notice remains completely unscathed, mainly because of poor dice rolls on the Salad Monster's part. But Domai's guard also sits off to the edge, uh, starting to take a greater interest in the three of you.
Oh, while Thane is looking at the altar, I will look at A-Ring. You have to quit swinging wild. You're not throwing the sword at them. Fluid motions, like I showed you. Stop.
I
Stop
did very
swinging.
well. I did very well. I I hit it. I cut away. I you must understand. I will never be the master that you are, but I have shown growth. I have become much better with this blade than I ever really thought that I could.
Right. And we were fighting a creature made of wood and vine, which is great for the style of swinging that you were doing if you're trying to if you're trying to mow a yard, but you're trying to fight. Fluid motions, less wild throwing it around and more control.
I see what you're saying. Yes, yes. During a combat with a creature made of lawn, as you say, I did very well. But fighting someone not made of lawn, I need to have a better plan. Yes, I will consider that. Thank you, Master Thane.
Um, Looking at the altar, you said it was made of stone.
Yep.
And I have stone cunning,
Mm-hmm.
where I am considered uh, proficient with history stonework. So
Right.
I'm going to use that to see if I could maybe glimmer or get some kind of hint or something from it.
Okay.
That's I got a 24.
Okay. Um, with your history of what you are searching, or with your history knowledge of this stone cutting, you are actually able to tell that the stone, based off of the area that you are from, this stone uh, is not from this area. In fact, all four pieces of stone, the the top capstone and the three pieces of stone that make up the base, they are all from different locations or different quarries. Um, in the craftsmanship, there it is of a craftsmanship that seems very non-dwarven. In fact, it seems a little bit more what you would call crude human, attempting to make this altar in the same measure. Um, this is a type of stonework that you have seen in your own temple at the what is the Holy of Holies. Make a religion check for me.
Okay. Hold on, I gotta actually see what my religion is. Okay. I got a 18.
Oh, okay. Um, in the uh, in the other altars that you have seen from this, seeing this image of the stone, or seeing the stone itself and starting to look at the stone working and its usage, distracted you for a moment of the meaning of the placing. With the placing itself, you do you recall that each of the four stone tablets represent a portion of Dole. It seems to be excuse me, you know it to be almost as if it's Dole, a mysticism sect of the worship of Dole, where each of the bottom 3 supports represent the main 3 aspects of Dol. Dol Shudeth, who is where'd he go? Dol Shudeth, who is Dol the sun, as in the sphere in the sky. Oh, where's the rest of those Dol pages? Okay. Dol Shudeth, the top one, the support being dedicated to this outcropping of, or excuse me, to this sect of Dol. So the top stone typically represents whoever the altar is for. So Dol Shudeth, Dol Morath, and Dol Jaketh. Dol Morath being Dol the mother, the feminine version or the feminine form or aspect of Dol, and Dol Jaketh being the Dol god of the afterlife of death.
Okay. I'll just, I was saying I'll try to move the top of the top the top plate, see if it moves at all.
Okay, make a Constitution save again.
Okay. Where is it? Where is it? I got a 12.
You watch. The rest of you in the room. Where'd my cards go? There they are. Creech, you'll see it. Kajika, you'll see it. You watch as as he puts his hands on the altar. You watch him not even get a chance to lean in. He puts his hands on the altar and immediately kneels down, like falls to his knees, seated on his feet with his head slumped over on his chest asleep.
Alright, I'll run to his side. And have his hands withdrawn from the top of the altar, or?
He put his hands on the side, and as soon as he put his hands on the side, like his arms fell down right to his side, knees on.
So I want to sort of bend down and like pick up his arms and like turn them over so I can see his palms to see whether there's any markings on his palms.
Okay, go ahead and roll investigate for me.
Okay. Investigation. All right. That is a 19.
Cool. As you are searching his palms, you find nothing. You find no markings on his palms. You feel you're still curious about maybe trying to find something on him to show what might have caused him to do this. And searching him or investigating his body, you find nothing. You do, however, in your investigation, confirm that he is still breathing.
Okay. So just looking at this, I can use my eye of detail to make a intelligence investigation check to uncover. That's probably what I've just done, right? Yeah, so I don't really need to do that again. Okay. I do tell that he's still breathing and it is asleep. So what I want to do is I want to gently, cradle his head so it doesn't move around, but I want to shake him gently and see, and tap his cheek and what's not, and see if I can wake him that way.
Okay. Clyde, make a Constitution save for me.
Okay. I got an 18 before adding.
All right. As he begins to try to wake you, you are awakened but groggy. You have a level of exhaustion.
Oof.
When Thano started to wake up, and then look, what are you doing?
Sid, I say, listen, you touched that altar on the sides, and you fell down asleep. I'm just trying to wake you up, making sure that you're safe. You don't look too good. You look a bit hazy. Your eyes are a bit unfocused.
Yeah, it suddenly got really tired around here. So I'm gonna go sit down.
That's probably wise. Guys, I think that we shouldn't put our hands or skin in touch with this altar. Perhaps use some cloth in between. Not sure whether that will help, but I think that there's probably some enchantment on this. Maybe it's not especially strong because I touched it earlier with no ill effect, I think. And I start questioning myself whether I've been affected or not. That'll be what I do for the moment. What are the other guys doing as they...
In the room, with a short rest, just to, I guess, kind of clarify, you don't have to be completely out of it, Creech. You can, as long as you're just like talking and not doing anything really super physical, you can still participate in this.
Oh, how do I get rid of the level of exhaustion?
Sleep.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that sucks. Okay.
As you, or as Thane begins kind of walking over and finding for a spot to sit down, Creech I would say he'd probably be on the second row bench, and Thane would sit down right in front of him. Creech would lean forward, kind of put his arms on the back of the bench, and say, "Well, did you learn anything before you took your nap?"
The stones come from different quarries, but they're the three aspects of Dole. One's the one represents the sun, the other one represents the one of this chapel is made to, and the other one is the undeath or the afterlife.
Here, I'll clarify for you real quick. The three base stones, Dol Shudeth, the sun, Dol Moreth, the mother, Dol Jaketh, death, and the afterlife. With the capstone, the top one that you put your hands on, being the stone to Dol Noratu.
Oh, okay. Well then, just rewind what I said. And the top cap is the one made to the one that this chapel is made to. I didn't really get a chance to read to see if I could get anything else off of it before I took my nap.
And as soon as you say that one of them is directed at the aspect of death, Creech sits back and he looks over towards Irene, and then just looks straight ahead.
Master Creech, what is it?
The aspect of death goes by a lot of names, Prince.
Oh. Huh. The Bill Swatch.
Creech stays quiet and just looks ahead.
From what I was taught in, the little bit of schooling that I did receive, Dog Jaketh is just a part of the cycle. The son, the mother gives life. The sun shines on us throughout our lives, and Dol Jaketh welcomes us with open arms back into his embrace. It never occurred to me that they could be the same.
And they may not be, Prince. But how does one get from under the sun to being welcomed to death? And he looks at it, and he simply says, the Bibble Swatch gets him there. And at this point, he'll actually stand up and he'll walk towards the, let's see, the altar is on, what, the west end? Or the east end? Is that right, Jim?
Moving to the east end where the altar is?
The altar is on the east end. He would actually get up and move closer to the doorway and sit kind of in the back of the chapel.
Okay.
Can I make checks without it affecting my rest?
Depends on what kind of checks you're wanting to do.
Again, just my survival for undead.
Just looking around, sure.
Looking for tracks or existence of something that's undead. Oh man. Alright, so this time my normal survival, since you cannot crit on skills, is a 25.
Yeah.
And my advantage roll is a 23.
Cool. All right. So with your 25, this is just a survival roll?
Yes, it's a survival. Essentially, I guess I would probably be looking for any sort of indicator.
Typically trying to find tracks? No, you're trying to find indication of a creature, not just searching. Okay. You do not find any indication. From what you can see, looking out the door, you see footprints, and you see them lead to this chapel. And with as much walking around that you've been doing in the chapel, the footprints have been matting down all of the grass, matting down all of the grass or moss inside the chapel. What's your passive? No, your survival is fine. With that survival roll, you realize that if there was anything else in here to find, you've probably been covering it up now.
Okay. More so than just tracks. Would there be All I can think is like indicators that might be on the walls or maybe the tree.
The walls are still completely covered in moss and vine foliage.
Okay.
The tree is since you've moved to the back of the room, the west end now. On the south side, that tree is still reaching out the back southwest window into what is now becoming the night sky.
How long have or how long have I been resting?
At this point, excuse me, only about 30 minutes.
Okay.
And Prince Arene and Dover and the other and Domai's guard have all lit torches.
Oh, without actually touching the altar anymore, I'm gonna see if there's any words inscribed on the altar.
As you go to check that, um, you have Kajika put his hand on your shoulder, uh, and he just says, "I've already done that. I can't find anything."
And
In his
probably as I
amazing Australian accent.
yeah. In also as I'm saying that, I would then say, look, this capstone in this temple is made to Dolmaratu, the Doll of Wilderness. We fought a salad monster, plant monster. Perhaps it was a guardian of some sort. Perhaps it was nature perverted. But I'm not totally sure. But if this is a temple or a chapel to the god of wilderness, perhaps we need to look for something natural. It's just a thought.
Creech kind of points over at the tree.
Yeah. All right. So I'll go over there and I don't know. I'll look among the roots and then look up. Maybe feel around the trunk of the tree. Although I probably don't want to use my skin. I'll probably just grab. I'll probably just put my trench coat material in between myself and the trunk, and just like feel around it, see if. I mean, obviously, I'm not touching with my skin, so I can't tell if there's anything, but any catches or anything, and look up as well, and see if there's fruit or what sort of tree it actually is. Maybe if I don't know if I need to make a nature check.
And what are you looking for?
Well, I figure that if this is a temple to the god of nature, that perhaps something that's natural would give us clues as to maybe what relic was here, or maybe there's something buried at its base or something like that. I'm just spitballing, but perhaps there is something. So I'm kind of looking for clues.
Cool. Go ahead and do a perception roll for me.
Perception roll.
Yes,
We
please.
are. Yeah. Like 7, because I rolled a 3.
You see that from the inside, the tree does not branch out until it leaves the building, and the roots around the base of this tree, closest to the base of this tree, come up out of the ground, then go back deep into the ground. This tree has not disturbed the temple, and all of the grass, the glass that could have come from this window is actually laying all on the outside.
What type of tree is it?
This tree is a small sycamore.
Does that have a big? Does that carry any kind of significance within the church's religion?
Make a religion check for me.
Aha. I got a. Where's religion? I got a 17.
All right. Um, what they say that represented Dol Naratu was a very old sycamore tree that would run by the mythological river of Baranati. In all of the stories of Dole, the river Baranati is the river that you would flow almost like It's a Small World in Disney World. It is the path that you always talk about going down when somebody meets Dole as the All Father Dwarven God aspect. They always meet Dole there, and that the aspect of um, the wilderness god Dol Naratu was an ancient sycamore tree by the river Baranatu.
Oh, I know he was looking, but does there look like there might be any kind of oh no offering plate there? Because I'm since there was no offerings or anything on the altar, does it look like there would have been that there has been any offerings left here at the tree?
Um, with your passive perception, you see nothing. You see no dish or no and no coinage. There is no food, fruit, berry uh, that would have remained here from the original people.
You know, I'll turn. Stan will turn around and look at the one that Dolomai sent with us. Says clearly we don't know what we're looking for. Do you know what we're looking for? Because unless I don't think he wants us to bring the tree back. Because this is the only thing here.
He looks at you and goes, "There's the altar."
Is that the art of? Is that? Do you know what we're being sent here for? Because I could tear this place down brick by brick if that's really what we need to do.
Ah, no, I'm certain that Lord Domai would not be pleased with that. But I do suggest, uh, so far, you and the Valinar have been the only ones dealing with that altar. I don't know what you did that caused you to go to sleep, but I think that so far, other than that creature outside, the only thing that's been trying to stop you is that altar. And it's working.
Oh, what? Uh, what would be a proper offering to Dol Naratu? Do I need to just use generic what they normally give most nature gods, or is there a specific?
Go ahead and make a religion roll for me.
You know what? I'm gonna start using religion more often. I got a 20.
Okay. Dol Naratu is one of the gods who does not want gifts, but um, instead takes what is left. So as you are mulling that over in your head, that one of the greatest gifts that you could probably give to Dol Naratu in this area was to leave and give Dol Naratu the land back.
Well, I think we've pretty much given him what he wanted with us taking. So unless y'all want to, I'm not big on desecrating an altar. I say we just leave it here.
Well,
Avery?
before we leave, I would want to. I would go back to where the altar is, and on the top of the altar, not touching the actual stone, but just waving my hands over the top. I want to. I've done a lot of dungeoneering in my time, and a lot of archaeology has held secrets of arcana, that sort of thing. And though I'm not an arcanist, I've studied patterns of arcane power, and I would like to see if I can sense anything by just concentrating and meditating on the altar and waving my hands over the top, if I could, please.
I guess make a flat wisdom roll.
Okay. Flat wisdom roll is 15. I do have Arcana trained, but
Arcana doesn't identify magic.
okay. Yeah, so 15.
As you meditate over it, and you can go ahead and add it as your Arcana roll, you'll still find that with that wonderful, probably at least like 17 as an Arcana roll, you absolutely are looking at the situation. It's got some sort of enchantment on it that, well, it would put a dwarf to sleep.
Oh, yeah, that's obvious. So after meditating for a couple of minutes, I look up and I say, look, there is an enchantment on this altar. We were told to bring back a relic of this god. So I hesitate to leave without anything. I sense that the only magical presence is that might, put people to sleep, which is what I guess you've experienced. But yeah, a bit of a loss. And I look at the prince, say, so what do you think? Do we leave empty-handed, or?
I really do not want to leave empty-handed. I am afraid that if we came back empty-handed, my brother would see it as a sign of not just failure, but a sign of immaturity and a sign of my lack of capability. and his loyalties. Though I though I may be closest to him, his loyalties would lie to the country. And should we attack, and he looks over at the guard, I fear he would side with my brother Royal.
Okay.
Is there any way, looking over at Thane, is there any way to move that slab?
Yes, we could move we can move the slab. I just can't get. It's not in me to desecrate a temple.
Creech stands up, and he kind of walks over towards the altar, and as he passes, he looks at Thane, and he says, "Then let me do it."
Kajika would sort of like gasp and he would say, "There's one last thing I want to try." He said, and I say, "Look, apparently the best gift that you can give this god is what is left, like leave. But perhaps there's another way of solving this riddle. Perhaps if we just, I don't know, place one of the pieces of silver cutlery, or perhaps the old foodstuffs that was left by the people, bring that and put it on the altar just before you destroy it to see if that has anything. And then by all means, it'll take a second just to go get a piece of food and just see if that does anything. And if that doesn't do anything, by all means, you go ahead."
Creech is standing next to the altar at the time, and he pulls out from his sack a little butter knife and drops it on the altar.
It hits the altar, bounces it a few times, and falls to the ground into the pile of moss and vines that were originally on the altar that Thane cleared off.
So it hits and falls off.
Yep.
Does it look like it's expelled off?
No. Just the way that you drop it causes it to bounce around on it just a little bit. It doesn't hit and stop. It bounces, lands awkward, and flops off the side into the pile of moss and vines.
So Creech gives this a real quick look. Is there an easy way to discern which of the three bases he's standing in front of?
Knowledge religion.
Okay. I am actually proficient in that. 11.
All right. With the 11, you find that you remember that with the base of the triangle, the way that it is always set up is with the tablet representing Dol Jaketh, the god of death, always facing the west. And as you look at it, there is one of the sides of one of the single tablets supports facing flat toward the west, toward the entrance. From there, moving clockwise would be the mother, the son, and Dol Jaketh.
And by sun, you mean S-U-N, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. So he would actually kind of be looking at it for a moment, and then he would recognize that symbol.
It's not a symbol. It's a traditional
alignment.
setup. Yes, alignment.
Okay. Well, he would maneuver in front of that one, and he would just kind of look at everybody, and he'd look at Irene specifically, and he'd say, "You know, Irene, did I ever tell you where I came from?"
I do not believe that this is a story that you have shared with me, Master Creech.
And he said, a long time ago, before the woods were known as the Creature's Woods, they were known as Sunwash. And he takes his left foot and he steps on top of the altar. He puts his left foot up on it.
Make a Constitution save.
That's a 17.
You're fine. You feel nothing.
And as he takes that step, and he says, the Sunwash people, there was a bad lightning storm. And that lightning storm set fire to the entire woods. And they all died. There's only one person who was left. And he puts his hand on the altar.
You're still remaining in contact with it. Nothing.
And he says, I'm the only one that's left. And he stands full on the altar. Nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
Well, then he would reach down and put his hands on either side of this top tablet. And as he hops down, I would attempt to move it, pull it, lift it,
Make
get it
a
off.
strength check.
Okay. Does my carry capacity come into account here? The fact that I count as a larger size?
It would change the total amount that you would do. You would be able to lift.
Okay,
But this is going to be within your lifting capacity, so just a strength check for me.
I gotcha. All right, so just flat strength. Could I attempt to, like a power lifter, and thus use athletics? So that it's more of a, trying to think of the right word. There's a technicality to the way that I'm doing it.
Oh, you're trying to use like leverage.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the best one. I can't think of the word off the top of my head.
You're not trying to use brute strength. You're actually trying to be smart about it.
Yeah, I'm using a technique. That's what I'm shooting for.
Instead, I'll let you have advantage.
Okay. All right, that helped. 19.
As you lift that up, as you're starting to lift it up, it's literally coming up, and you're moving slowly, not legs shaking and not blood pouring out of your nose from all the effort, but you are watching as the vines on the ground start trying to reach up for it, and as they start to get up to the top of it, you finally get it up to you, and you're holding it up to your chest now. As you've got that tablet in your chest, on the underside that's facing everybody else, Thane, you actually see the symbol of Dol no Ratu. The great sycamore tree itself, and on the inside looks to be between all three of the remaining pedestals. There seems to be what seems to be a tree branch.
Okay. A symbol of a tree branch or an actual tree branch?
You actually see the symbol of the sycamore tree on the underside, because the symbol was hidden face down. You can see it now because Creech has just pulled it up to his chest. Creech can't see it because it's on the other side of the slab from him, but he also has the slab in front of him blocking his view, allowing you to see on the inside a tree branch that's no longer than your forearm. A real tree branch. On the inside, there is no moss. On the there's no more. No, there is no moss. There is no vines. Even the ground that's not stone looks to be completely untouched, and a breeze of clean air wafts out of it.
Thane will walk over there and pick up the while he's walking forward, he'll take a hold of the tree branch and see if it'll come loose.
The tree branch is lying in there, not
Oh,
attached to anything. So when you pick it up, I need you to make a flat wisdom save.
okay. You would have to pick the one. Oh, wow, I have. Okay, never mind. Flat wisdom says I got a 19.
All right. You are holding on to this branch, and Creech, you watch him as he walks up to you. You're still holding on to it, doing a pretty stout job, and he pulls out this little stick, no bigger than his forearm.
I believe this is what we came for. You can put the altar back now.
Creech, as he's holding it and looking at it and saying it, you watch as the tree that's growing out the southwest corner window begins to wither.
Um, I don't need to roll insight to realize the connection, do I?
No.
Okay. I would just kind of nod my head that direction. He says, "Are you sure we didn't come for this?" As he's holding this stone plate.
Um, the altar, I think it would be more of this stick. I mean, like I said, I would put it back if that's what y'all, the general consistency, because I'm not happy with actually desecrating the altar in the first place. But if this is what we have to bring back, I'm sorry, but this is what we have to bring back. We can place it in a temple and maybe the tree will grow back.
Perhaps we can bring them both back, and we can make a new temple, a new chapel, one that might be used.
We can do that if that's what you want. We can we can dig the tree up if you want to take the tree with us.
No, not the tree, just the plate and the twig.
Okay. Yeah. But we'll need all the slabs to complete it. So we'll probably need to get a wagon to come back for all of them.
Well, perhaps those slabs are more symbolic. And I try and look into the center to see if the middle of these slabs, because you said the outside there wasn't a symbol, right?
Correct.
So does the inside have symbols?
Absolutely.
They do.
Yep.
Hmm. Um, damn.
I could if judging by this, how heavy would all of these slabs be, roughly?
Um, it would be a great effort for you to carry the four of them.
Okay, but if I made, because we came here on horses, I thought. Did we come here on horses or did we walk?
It's a day's journey. So through the woods, with as thick as the woods are, you probably have to have gotten out and walk.
Okay, so we had to walk. Okay. Uh,
Well, the three slabs are probably more common than this top one, right?
The three slabs are supports that you would typically find as an array that would be used to support whichever the top one, and the top slab is typically representative of whatever deity is being worshipped in that chapel or temple or holy place.
So the three on the bottom, no matter what chapel you go to, if it is to Dole, they all have the same three on the bottom. It's the top plate that differentiates.
Right.
So I would explain that, and I would say maybe this is the only one we need to take. I can carry it.
You feel like you've got a good hold on it now, but holding it up for a long time is going to exhaust you.
Sure, I've got rope. I can make. I can turn it into a turtle shell or something.
We could also find maybe some down trees and make a sled if we just had to.
Irene speaks up. Cut down trees to make a
No,
sled for the god of the wilderness's
no,
tablet?
trees that have already fell, or these. Well, no. Yes, trees that are already fell, or we can tie. I can tie it to Creech's back if that's what he wants.
I said, Justice, what do you think? Should we leave the slab here? This is for your brother.
What my brother said he wished for us to find was a relic that he was worried would fall into somebody else's hands someday.
And Creech goes from holding it at his chest with his arms flexed. He holds it out, flips it over so that the symbol is face up, and he sets it back down on top of the other three. And it says, now if anyone else comes, they will know. This place won't be forgotten.
Huh. And he smiles. Very fitting. Wouldn't you say? And he looks over at Domai's guard. And Domai, having watched this whole scene in this conversation, and watched you literally pick that slab up, and watch the dwarf walk over, and with just sheer intelligence talk about this thing like, yes, this is it. And Domai is looking at that with the realization going, dude just picked up a freaking stone slab that nobody else could even move, and he's holding a holy relic. Just his eye, he looks stupefied to be in the presence of this scene.
Well, Irene, should we head back now?
Well, it is still night, and we have some torches, and we did travel all day to get here. Do you think it would be safe to rest here? Or did you see somewhere back along the way that we came to rest? Because it would be... Excuse me, I apologize. It may be a harder journey home in the night, at least for... And he points at Dober and himself and Domai's guard. At least for the three of us. We don't see as well in the night as you three do.
We could we could stay here for a little while.
At this point, it's really only like 9 o'clock.
Okay. And took us a full day to get here?
Yep. Not a full 24 hours, but a full time of sunlight.
Okay. Well, if we set out now, we might be getting back to your brother at daylight. This will be excellent practice for you for forced marching.
Creech looks at you and says, and notices a slight tremble, if you'll give me that, in your leg thing. And he says, you look tired. referencing the outcome of touching the slab last time. Perhaps some rest will do us all good.
Well, if y'all are really that tired, fine. We will sit and rest.
We should set up some sort of watch. Creech would say that Areen and Dover should together take a watch for probably like 2 hours, and then between the three of us, we would take the other 3 2-hour watches.
Okay. I have a rule question. How long of sleep does it take to remove the level of exhaustion?
6 hours, long rest.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Where's my screen?
Because during my time of rest, I'll use my lay on hands, because I think it's a short rest to regain it. And I think during my little sleep, my siesta, I could get my lay on hands back.
Yeah, if we took a long rest either way, you'd get it back for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then I'm going to use my lay on hands. Yeah, I'll use my lay on hands to. Do you have any more? How hurt are you? Because
It looks at you. You can still see that even though he took his rest, there are still spots that are a little bruised, and especially along that first whack that salad monster took at him. You can see, and he's kind of been holding his jaw almost like it's dislocated or out of place a little bit and got popped back in. So he could use a little bit of juice if you got some.
okay, I hadn't got much left, but I'll give it to you. It translates into 6 hit points,
Perfect.
and I can actually use a spell if it needs any more.
That's good. That works for me.
Okay, and then I will be going to lay down with the stick close to me. Actually, I put the stick in my magic shield.
Okay.
That shield that can hold a weapon, I actually put the stick in there.
Okay.
So now my weapon has a branch on it.
Cool. Actually, when you put your stick in there, your shield now bears the holy symbol of Dol Noratu.
Okay.
The full grand sycamore, like on the now top of the altar.
Oh, nice.
And cool. And nothing happens for Dover and Areen's watches. Who has first watch?
I can take first watch.
Make a perception roll.
Oh, good. 21.
All right. Your 2 hours, right, or 3 hour watch?
I'm figuring we're taking an 8-hour block. They watch for 2 hours. I'm going to watch for 2 hours. Everybody can do a 2-hour watch.
All right. Your 2 hours goes by uneventfully. Second watch person.
I am going to stay awake and keep whoever is on watch here company, but I'm not going to actively be on watch.
Okay.
Oh, I guess that'll be me.
All right. Make a
You,
perception roll for me.
okay. Do I need to make 2 or 1?
Just one.
Okay. Uh, 19 perception. Yeah, 20.
All right. And your 2 hours of watch goes by uneventfully. Kajika?
Looks like I'm next. So perception roll, that's 10.
That's 10. All right. Yours, however, is a little disturbing.
Okay.
Make another perception roll for me.
Another one. Okay. That is a 13.
With that 13, you are finding that as you are you are seated on your watch, you swear that on the very edge of your vision that you can see small. Looks like the bushes are moving.
Looks like the bushes are moving.
Like out at the edge of your vision, the edge of your dark vision. It really looks as if the bushes or the ground is rolling, like literally getting larger than getting smaller, and it stops, and then it gets larger and gets smaller.
I
Where are you
guess I'll
positioned
wait.
for the watch?
That's a good question. Um, at the door, I guess I'm guessing we would be inside, and then I would be at the door looking out.
Okay.
So I would wake the guys, and I would say, I see something moving over there.
All right.
Yeah. And then, yeah. What can I do? I haven't taken an action, so I'll take a dodge action, I guess.
Yep. We're not in initiative yet, but you can take a dodge if you like.
Well, yeah, I'll just be wary.
Okay.
So yeah,
Gilbert,
it's me.
you've been woken up as well.
I will. I'll move over closer to the door, and I will take the dodge action too.
Okay.
Creech would make his way over to Dover and wake Dover and make him aware of the situation.
Arain is already putting on his armor, doing everything he can to do it quickly. Dover wakes up. He's armorless. What? Oh, okay. Grabs his shield, grabs his spear. What are we going to do? What do we see out there? The other
So,
guard is already pulling out a torch and just striking, trying to light it up quick.
Yeah, I say it's a bit hard to describe, but it's like there's definitely something moving. It's like the It's like breathing almost.
Everybody make a perception roll for me.
Alright, perception roll. I got a 23.
I have an 18.
Okay. All right. Y'all rolled perfectly. You all hear the sounds of, as you're prepping, there is something coming around from the north and from the northeast and the southeast, coming up from on the other side of the building where the salad monster was. Roll initiative.
This amount. Okay.
Wow, that's
Nice.
terrible, Jim. Say what? That's a terrible roll on my part. So as a reminder, you're in a room that is 30 feet east to west, 15 feet north to south. On each wall, you have 3 window frames. There is no glass in any of them. The window frames are put together as rectangles on their end, with a slat going right through the middle of the window and right across the middle of the window. You have a single door that is hanging by the bottom hinge on the right side of the door, out of the building. And there is 1 torch currently lit. Creech.
Bonus action to invoke my Crimson Right, and I will pull up my bow and arrow and ready an attack if I get a clear shot on one of these things that I can see. I do not have dark vision, so it would have to be
Within the light of the torch?
Yeah. Did we ever put those other torches out, or is this whole place lit up?
There's only 1 currently lit. The other torches would have already gone out by now.
Okay. I would maneuver myself so as to have what I would feel would be the most advantageous shot. You said there are windows on the west end?
There is, on the west end, that's where the entrance is.
Uh-huh.
On the north, there is 3 windows. On the south, there is 3 windows. On the southeast window, where the sycamore sapling was going out the window, the sapling has actually wilted like a flower and is bent over the sill, no longer reaching up toward the sky, but touching the earth on the other side.
What I'm going to do then is I am actually going to move over that direction. And okay, so what do I do? I need to. Do I need to make a perception check to see if I can see something out the window where the sycamore was going out the window?
Yes, please. Or let's see. Your passive perception with a 12. What you can see, it directly out. Like, are you? Tell me how you're looking.
So the direction that I either heard the sound or was told where Kajiri, did I say that right? Kajiri? Kajika, sorry. Thinking of the wrong thing. Anyway, the directions that Kajika, so northeast and southeast, since I'm on the southeast side, I would be looking out the window, attempting to see if I could see anything through that southeast corner.
Through the southeast corner. You can. High or low?
High.
All right. What you see is at the last. You watch as this plant-like creature, whereas the other one, the salad monster, just looked like just this big mound of, excuse me, of vines and brush. This one looks to be almost humanoid in its shape, made up of small branches and twigs. It immediately stops. Like as soon as you see it, you catch it right before it stops, and you swear that what now looks like a dead shrub a minute ago was like hauling ass toward the building.
So from that position, I will hold my action to take a shot if that shrub moves.
Okay. Kajika.
All right. I guess I will. Let's see. Can't see it. So what I'll do is I will use eye for detail. Make a wisdom perception check to spot a hidden creature or object.
Okay.
I can do that as a bonus action, so I will. A wisdom perception check. 10. And then I will take a dodge action, I guess.
All right. With your 10, you are not going to be able to distinguish the difference between anything that is out there and the movement of what you see.
Yeah. Fair enough.
And you took the
All
dodge action, right?
That is correct.
All right. Thane, you're up.
Wow, really? Ha-ha. I'm
Yeah.
rolling high tonight.
I'll tell you honestly, at this point, since you're the last initiative, I really rolled initiative for 2 types of creatures, and I rolled 2 ones.
Oh, well.
That's why I'm laughing at myself going, are you serious? Yes.
Okay. So, Sane will move back to where Prince Arain is, and back to back. And we'll basically circle the wagons, and I will take the defense. I'll take the dodge action. What do you see? I was at the door. I can't see anything.
So you run out the door, is that what you said?
No, I'm going to where Prince Arain is, and I'm telling him, Dover, and that other dude to get back to back, and I'm going to get so we're basically like 4 points waiting to get attacked. And I'm asking Creech what he see.
Okay.
Creature's brief response. It's not even words. You can just see him like squinting, looking out, almost like he saw something, but now he's trying to find it again.
Okay, so I will take the dodge action and just prepare for an attack.
All right. Areen and Dover grab torches. Areen ends up leaving his shield behind. And when the other guard comes over, he lights his torch off of the other guard's torch. So we have 2 light sources right now. And nothing happens. Creech.
Is it dawn?
No.
Okay,
At
it's
this
still
point,
so.
it's like 4 in the morning.
Okay. Um, Creech will once again hold. He's doing. He's readying. Can you ready to take both of your attacks, or can you only?
No.
Okay. Cool. Well, then I will. In that case, I'm going to fire at the bush.
Okay.
Do I? Since it's dark, do I need to do this with the disadvantage?
Um. No.
Okay. He shoots the first arrow off, and it just goes. It sails just a bit outside and just whiffs, dissipating into the tree line behind. He pulls another arrow out and lines the shot up, and this time is a little bit more careful and will shoot a second arrow this time at the same bush, hopefully hitting. And this one basically follows the exact same trajectory. It just flies and just disappears into the woods.
When you went to draw an arrow, you must have taken your eyes off of it, and you are probably shooting what you think now is the same bush, maybe different.
Yeah, and I would even
for a bonus.
No, I'm not going to use my actually. So he feels comfortable that this is not a site for undead. So he then, let's see, I'm going to switch to, let's see if I can find it. I would like to see what I know. I would like to use an intelligence check to recall information since I'm in the woods. I'm going to say this time, Bay.
Okay.
And see, so I don't know what you want me to roll there, but it's
intelligence.
It's just flat. It says on intelligence checks to recall information about Bay.
Yep.
Okay, so it's just flat int.
Yeah, but you'll get whatever advantage.
Yeah, it's just advantage. 17 with my -1 intelligence.
These do not remind you of anything that is fey.
Okay. Then that is. How far away would I say that bush was?
About 25 feet.
Okay.
So in the dim light of the torch.
I gotcha. Then for my movement, I would completely squat. Well, completely, as much as Creech can, he would put his back to the stone wall and kind of drop down into a squat.
There is space between the windows for you to use the wall.
That's basically. I'm thinking that I'm looking like the window opening is just in front of me to my left at like 11 o'clock, and I've got the wall right on my shoulder here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my back up against that wall and squat down.
Great. Kajika.
That's a good question. I will check my pack and see if I've got any torches or oil or whatever. Let's see. Dungeoneers pack. Okay. I sort of say to everyone, perhaps we should light some of the foliage on fire, and and then I will just, I don't know, I'll take a random shot, I guess, at a bush, I guess, because there's still nothing that I can properly see, right?
Correct. Are you still at the front door?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, have I been able to see anything moving?
Nope.
No. And okay. So I guess I'll exit the door, and that's probably not a good idea. I will go to a window, I guess. Just see what I can see.
Okay.
Window.
Are you? Let's. Okay, real quick. Window 1, 2, and 3 is going from west to east, and then are you on the north or south? North or south side. Right now, Creech is at window 1 on the south side.
And did he hasn't said whether he saw anything or not. So I'll go to the opposite one.
Okay, you're at window 1 on the north then.
Do I see anything out the window? I do have dark vision.
Nothing out there is moving.
I will chill here and see if I can see anything, and then next round we'll see what I can do.
Thane, you're up.
Okay. I'm gonna hold. I'm gonna hold my position right here. I just say I don't think setting fire to the woods is such a good idea.
Do you have a ready to action or anything?
I have the dodge action. I don't. Can you still take the dodge action and ready? I don't think you could.
Nope.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna keep with the dodge action.
All right. Creech, you're not looking outside anymore, right? You got your back to the wall?
That is correct.
All right. Kajika. Oh. I will let him take an action. Kajika. You see, as you're looking around, it looks as if a small bush uproots itself and comes moving forward very stealthily. Quietly, rather. Not visually stealthily, but quietly. 20 feet toward you, putting it within 15 feet of the building. As you see that, you also see another one come toward window 2 on your side, and one coming from toward the northwest toward the building. Are you there, Matt?
Yeah, sorry, I was disconnected.
Okay.
So I see some stuff moving, and it's my go, is it? Again.
You see, it looks like the bushes uproot themselves, quietly move toward the building. They aren't banking on y'all being able to see them, and you watch as one moves to within 5 feet of the building. No, I said 15 feet. I've already forgotten.
All right. So yeah, watched it move towards the building.
And then there's another one that moves closer toward the building, toward window 2, on your side.
Yeah.
And then on your left, coming from the northwest, toward the building as well.
All right.
You had a ready to action.
So I will take a shot at one. Let's see. Just gotta,
which one of them are you attacking?
One of them.
The one that's coming toward your window? The one that's coming toward the window on your right? Or the one coming from the northwest?
I guess the one coming toward my window, and it's a. I think I've got a +5 or 6. I can't remember, but it'd be at least 19, if not 20 to hit.
It'll hit.
Okay. I haven't used my feature, so it's not sneak attack at this stage. It's 5 piercing damage.
All right.
I'll also, call out and say, look, I see some, and I'll say, look, there's one coming from the north and one coming towards this window here.
All right. Cool. When you shoot it and you hit it, and you watch as you just nail it right into the middle of the bush, it falls flat back, flying, rolling, and you kill it.
Oh, cool.
All right. And Arene says, Dover, go grab another torch. We need to give them light. Creech, you're up.
So I would pop up and I would look outside.
When you look outside, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those 6 what look to be bushes uproot themselves and begin to charge the building. You also look as you see what it looks to be like a small child, and as it comes into the light, it looks to be made of brambles and bushes running toward the building as well. The ones made of brambles and bushes are further away, but you have 3 of them on your side that are a mirror image distance-wise as they were from Kajika. So there's one running to your window, one running to window number 2, and one coming from the southwest toward the building.
So Creech is having a little bit of a struggle with this. Not enough not to pull the trigger. But as he fires his first shot, not at the little one, but at the normal-sized ones, which it will be a 25 to hit.
That'll hit.
All right. He's concerned that these creatures are probably just guardians of some sort and not genuinely evil. The first shot will do 3 lightning and 6 piercing.
You watch as you hit it, that sucker lights up and falls over with the smell of ozone as it dies.
I gotcha. And I will shoot at
the next one down the chain. Again, not the little one.
To your left or to your right?
Let's see. So, to my left, working my way from 11 o'clock to 9 o'clock, probably.
Okay.
23.
That'll hit.
And this one does 8 piercing and 6 lightning.
Same thing happens
All right.
as the smell of ozone becomes stronger. Kajika, you still see one going to window 2, very close, one coming from the northwest, and you see one of those childlike brambles coming away as well.
All right. Childlike brambles. 2 of those. Okay. So I will take a shot at the one that's coming close.
Okay, the one to the right coming toward the window, because you've already killed the one coming toward your window.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's have a look. Double check on that plus. So it's 15 to hit.
That'll hit.
All right. And it's not adjacent to anything, so I don't have sneak attack. So that is plus 4, so 8 piercing damage.
Again, absolute shot, and it rolls back like a tumbleweed.
Awesome.
Anything else?
No, not for now.
All right. Thane.
I'm gonna keep my spot.
Okay. This is a big one. 2 creatures come in the windows 3, and on the north side and the south side. So 2 just entered. It's the tumbleweed brush-looking ones. 2 come in the front door, putting themselves adjacent. No, not putting themselves adjacent. They come running in. The ones at front come in, charge straight toward Thane, who has the dodge action. And they begin to swing at you with deadly inaccuracy for themselves. That's not. Does a 20? I have an 18 and 19. Does a 21 hit you still?
Yeah.
Here comes the pain. Yes. You take 5 piercing damage as one of them swings at you and is able to hit you square in the thigh. The 2 that come in the window use the rest of their movement to come up beside you, ignoring Dover and Arene and the other guard going to attack you. And that's a nat 1. You watch as it trips and falls prone at your feet. And that's a whole 8. So you've got one prone at your feet with 3 more adjacent to you. Other 7 feet away from any of them adjacent, so you're not within reach of them. And next creatures, there's going to be 1 shot at from the children. There's going to be a shot at both Kajika and at Creech. Your AC is up by 2. Kajika, you're first. That's a 14, so it's going to miss.
Miss.
And Creech. Yeah, that's a 9, so it's going to miss. And Arene, with the being behind you, swings the torch toward them. Will actually hit and do 2 points of fire damage to them. And you watch as that one lights up in fire. It runs around a room just a bit and dies. Dover takes a swing at one with his spear, hits it, and doesn't do enough to kill it. Way to go, Dover. The other guard, seeing this, takes his spear as well, and he goes and swings one at the one who is lying prone, and he whiffs. Way to go. Creech.
All right. So there are no more outside my window, correct?
There's the one that shot at you from outside.
Okay. What did he shoot me with?
It shot you with what looks to be like you have what looks to be like thorny pine needles.
Okay. Cool. Like some sort of pin needle or something like that. Cool.
You also have one out to your like 2 o'clock out the window.
Is that the little one?
No. You looked out your window and you saw them running towards you. You had your one at your noon, at your 10, and at your 2.
Okay. And the one that is at 2 is. So I killed 2 of them last time.
Right. You killed your 12 and you killed your 10 or your 9.
Okay. I got you. All right. Well, I'm going to take a shot at the one that shot at me.
Okay.
22 to hit.
Yeah.
4 lightning, 7 piercing.
Four lightning, 7 piercing. That's just enough.
All right. That's what I'd like to hear.
And that one drops.
All right. So you're saying there's one more that's out these windows to my left?
No, to your right.
Okay.
Going
So
around to the front of the building.
I got you. Let's see. I guess what I'm probably going to do is, do I have a shot at that one?
If you lean out the window.
Okay, great. Yeah. Leaning out the window. Does an 18 hit?
It does.
All right. Oh, that's a bummer. 1 lightning, 6 piercing.
Another one drops.
All right. How many are in the chapel?
In the chapel, there are 1, 2, there's 3. One of them, there's a prone one on the Kajika side. There are all 4 of them are adjacent to Thane. The prone one is closer to Kajika than to you, and the 2 that walked in from the front, there's one close to you and one close to Kajika, but you're both out of melee range of both of them.
Okay, but it looks like now all of them are inside, probably. At least as far
there's
as I
a
know.
lot of them inside.
Right. So I would drop my bow and pull out the master longsword.
Okay.
And for a moment, it's almost like a blip on a radar. My skin kind of turns back to normal, and all of a sudden it gets blue again as I invoke with my bonus action, this time on the sword.
All right. Kajika, you have one at your 10 o'clock that's in the northwest coming toward the building. There are 3 in the building. One is prone, but none are within melee reach of you.
None are in melee reach. All right. Cool. So I've still got my ranged weapon out though, and I can still see some. So
Right. There's also the one that the baby bush and the one that looks like a small child that threw the pine needle at you.
so and those baby bushes, they're different to anything else, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I think I'll take out the baby bush, I guess. So well, I'll try to. I can see it, right? It's not in cover. So 14 to hit.
A 14 will hit it.
Okay. So, and is there anyone adjacent to it? Any of my allies?
No, it's still outside.
Okay. So I do 10 damage to it.
All right, it's still up. Anything else?
Nope. That's pretty much me.
All right. Thane, you have 3 around you. 1 is prone. I think you're muted, Clyde. Oh, okay. 1 sec. Ooh, doo, 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 da, 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 dee, do, 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 dee, do. Clyde, it has been more than 1 sec.
Yeah. I'm going to the 3 that's around me. I'm going to cast Bane
Okay.
on them. They will need to make me a charisma savings throw DC 13.
Okay. Prone one? Yeah, doesn't make it. The one closer to Kajika? Doesn't make it. The one closer to Creech? DC 13?
Yes.
Makes it.
Alrighty.
Is that it?
Yeah, it takes a standard action to cast Bane.
Did
You
you
know
want
what
to move or
Bane
do a bonus?
No, I'm going to hold my ground right here.
Well, fine then. I'll be okay with that then. Come running in the door is a 3rd twig monster. Or rather, at this point, a 5th one. And the ones who are baned. The prone one is going to use half of his motion to stand up. And it's going to make an attack roll against you. Against Thane. Yep. It rolled its d4 with that.
Yes, and they minus it from their roll.
Yep, and it's going to miss. The standing one that's close to a Kajika attacks you as well. It rolls its d4 and misses. The one that's standing closest to Creech, that's saved, misses anyway. The one with come on, Jim. The one that just ran in the room runs right up to you and takes a big old swing, mighty swing at you as well. Sweet. That's a 17 plus. What's my bonus on this creature? 3. It's a 20 to hit you.
Yep.
All right, look out. Here comes a mighty D4 of piercing. You take 3 piercing damage.
Okay. What's the save and throw? Because it's a concentration spell. Is it?
Oh, it's a DC 10 con.
I made it. I got an 8 plus my 2. I got a 10. Unless 10 doesn't make it.
Oh, no. 10 makes it.
Okay, then I made it.
You'll have to take 22 damage before it's higher than a 10.
Oh, okay. How much piercing damage was that you said?
3.
Okay.
And then from outside, 3 shots are going to come against you. But you've got these little twig things in front of you, so you're going to have a +2 to your AC. Here comes the pain, Clyde. You ready? They're all shooting at you, man. That's a 10. The first one's a miss. That one is a 21. Does a 21 hit you?
You said, yeah, because even with the 2 in front of me, that only gives me a 20.
You take 11 piercing damage. And the third one? That's a 21 again.
I sense a theme.
Say what?
I sense a theme.
I actually just rolled 2 18s. It's what I get. It's what you get for me rolling 2 1s on my initiative. And then you take 10 more piercing damage. And as they run up, that you watch them really dart in front of the window, throw, and run by. So out the window now, you see none. After watching you get hit, the other 3, the guard, Dover, and Arene, are taking the dodge action. Creech, you're up.
All right. How many are there? Is there one within range of me to run to inside?
Yes, there's. If you take with as tall as you are, with one big step, you'll be right up against one.
All right. Well, and one of them tried to hit me, right? So there's already one adjacent.
No, they all tried to hit. So far, the only ones trying to actually hit you two, or anybody other than Thane, are the Needlers. From a distance. Make a insight roll.
Can I just assume it's because he has the twig?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I still need to insight roll?
Nope.
Okay. So Creech would make that connection, and he would run over. He would take that one big step and take his first hack. And as he comes swinging through, he's kind of using his body's momentum. And before the sword actually gets, he grabs with the other hand and jerks down to give it a little extra slash. So he's two-handing this. Does not use his sword. Does a 14 hit?
Yes.
Hey, all right. That will be 9 slashing, 6 lightning.
The smell of ozone is just penetrating in the air as you are just taking down creatures with your weapons.
All right. Can I run and jump out one of these windows? The one on the far side where he's getting shot at?
If you go through the front door.
Okay. If I go through the front door, am I going to be able to get to another one?
You don't know until you go out.
But I know that there's one right outside the window, right? All right, whatever. We'll run out the front door.
You've already killed the ones outside your window.
I know, but can I not run across the church and? Because it's
Right
only.
now, Kajika is at that window.
Okay. All right. Well, I will run out the front door.
Cool. As soon as you run out the front door, you find that there are 3 of them huddled up, ready to run back towards you. One is they're all within reach because of how small that they are, and they're right on your right.
All right. Taking a big swing. You said 14 hits?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Not as good with the sword. 11 slashing, 4 lightning.
That's enough.
All right.
Anything else?
Nope. That's it.
Kajika, you still have one of the needlers. And that's it.
That's it. All right. I will. And is it at range?
Yes.
All right. I will shoot it or attempt to. Oh, that's a crit. And I'll roll another d6. So that is 12 points of damage.
Dropping them like tumbleweeds. Do you want to, at this point, you don't see any more outside of this window.
All right. So
you do have you do have 2 behind you.
I have 2 behind me. So I will stash my bow as an interaction.
Okay.
And yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay. Thane,
turn around.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, just changing your facing. Cool. Thane, you've got 2 still standing up on you.
All right. Well, I've played nice with them for long enough. I'm going to start using my battle axe.
Yes, because he just killed that one.
Yeah.
Use your battle axe then.
I'm gonna divide it up. I'm gonna put one axe on one swing on one, and another swing on the other. Can I do that, or?
Absolutely.
Okay. 12 and 14.
The 12 will miss, but the 14 will hit.
Okay. Where'd he go? There. 8 damage.
All right. That one drops as you cut into it hardcore.
Okay.
You've still got 1 left standing on you.
Alrighty.
The 1 left standing on you is going to attack you. Oh, it would have hit you, except for that D4 it had to roll. So that swing misses you. And make sure that there's no others. Okay, there's not any more. There's 2 needlers that are still adjacent to you, Creech. One of them begins to move away from you.
I get my opportunity attack.
Yep.
It is an 18.
That'll hit.
It will be 5 slashing and 2 lightning.
All right, it's still up, and it makes its attack roll against you. That's a 2 on the dice, so it's not going to happen. The other one moves away from you. You've already used your reaction. This one's going to also toss at you. And that's... What's that bonus? No, it's a 6 on there. So it's a 9. So these 2 have just separated from you, moved themselves 15 feet in 2 different directions, and both of them are missing you like crazy. At this moment, you watch as, from window number 3, One of these babies throws in at Thane. You're getting cover because of your friends that are behind you at full defense or at the dodge action. Turn that nat 20 into a 9. You're welcome. That person there was Dover. The next person, the next shot comes at you from window number 3 on the south side. Turn that hit into a 6. You can thank the guard for that one. And then they bob down, and you cannot see them outside the window anymore. Creech, you have 2 of them. They are 10 feet away from you, but they are 15 feet apart.
So I could get to both of them. Move to one, then move to the other?
Yep.
Okay. All right, well, we're going to move to one and then the other. We'll start with the one that moved west.
Okay.
Ooh. Does a 9 hit?
A 9 does not hit.
Oh, in anger, I will swipe again at this one. Does a 22 hit?
Yes.
Ooh, 6 lightning and 5 slashing.
Is this the one that you already hit or the other one?
High or low?
High.
That's the one I've already hit.
All right. Dies with the smell of ozone.
I will use my movement to move right up next to the other one.
Okay. Kajika, there is one left standing next to Thane, and you watched as 2 shots came in from the windows on the far east side of the building on the north and the south, but you cannot see creatures.
Okay. I will. I'll draw my my rapier and go and attack this one inside.
Okay.
That's a 24 to hit.
Absolutely.
And sneak attack for 3, 9, 13 damage.
Absolutely destroy this one.
Then I will move up. Can I move up to the window? I'm guessing I can.
This window is from where you are. It's 14 feet away from you.
14 feet away. Do I have to burn my bonus action to dash that far?
No, I think you still have movement left.
All right, so I'll just move up to the window and see what I can see. I'll just wait here and keep a watch out.
All right.
That'll be my turn.
You actually see a creature that's bent down with its back toward the wall right below the window, so right under your chin. Thane.
Oh, cool.
Well, since I seem to be the central, the ones that they're focusing on, I'm going outside. What do I see? I'm going out the front door. What?
Going out the front door, you see a bunch of these dead tumbleweeds and bushy-looking creatures outside. In fact, you see Creech literally lording 8 feet over one of them.
Is there any more out here?
7 foot tall, 5 feet over one of them.
Is there any more of them?
Yes. Well, that's the only one that's that you can see that's alive out here, and from where you are, it's 20 feet away.
Okay.
That's you. That's after having moved the 10 feet to get out of the room.
Right. Okay. So. Well, I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Misty Step, and I'm going to close the 30 between. I'm going to close 30 with my little Misty Step ability between me and the other tumbleweed.
Okay. Good job. It's done.
Yep.
You want to attack?
15.
15 will hit it.
19.
19 will hit it.
10. 16 damage.
And you drop one. Way to join the fight.
Hey, some of us had to cast Bane.
Yes. It was helpful. Twig in front of Kajika pops up, sees you right there, and immediately is going to try to take off down the side of the building to get to another window. You can use your reaction to attack it.
Sure, I will. That is a 21
It will hit.
for 10 damage.
Oh, so close. It is still up. It runs to the window, sees nobody there, keeps going, can get a glimpse of Clyde, and is going to have Thane is going to have cover from the attack, thanks to having Creech in the way, and he's going to have disadvantage because he's not within range. Doesn't matter. That's a 2 on the dice. The other twig creature goes running around the room because it can see from the south side of the building. It is running down the side of the building, and it is going to only have it is going to have disadvantage and cover, and you're going to have cover as well. And that's a 3 on the dice. I am killing it this time. So there are two needle tosses coming at you from the north and the south side of the building. Creech.
Is there still this little one right next to me?
No, that's the one that Thane just killed.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then I
He
will.
just literally appeared out of nowhere to you and killed this one.
Gotcha. Is there one within movement?
What's your movement?
30?
Yes. It'll put you having just gone to the north side of the building or the south side.
I will go to the. Which side is.
You've been killing things on the south side.
Okay, I'll go to the south side.
Okay.
Does a 19 hit?
It does.
And that one will do 11 slashing and 3 lightning.
Dead to the ozone.
Let's see. I don't see any more around me, though, do I?
No.
Can I run back inside?
You've used your movement.
Oh, that took all 30 feet to get over there?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Then that is what I will swipe at the bush again, cutting through its grass.
Awesome. Back to lawnmower jokes. Kajika! There is one. It is further down. If it's between the first and second windows, you can attack it, but you'll have disadvantage if you attack with your rapier.
Okay. And is that all?
That's all that you can see.
Okay. Sure. Well, I'll attack it with my rapier. Sure.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, no. Not even. Do you want me to see if I got? Hang on. Yeah, I miss.
Okay. Thane. One that threw its prickles at you is 30 feet away from you on the north side of the building.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to move towards him.
Okay.
Okay. You said he was 30, so I would have to move 20 and then dash.
Yep.
Would I still be able to attack this turn, or did I use all my actions?
Can you attack after dashing?
I don't know.
Do you have the feat that allows you to?
No, I don't.
Then you will be finished.
Okay.
It is just out of reach of you, and it is going to throw those needles at you. It's an 18 and a 17 on the dice, so it's a 20, 20 total to hit you.
Okay.
Did you say nope?
I said okay.
Okay. That is 6 points of piercing damage. Creech, all this is happening on the other side of the building.
I use my movement to get as close as I can.
Okay. Building is 15 feet wide, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. You actually can get right up to it.
Hack. 18.
Will hit.
It will do 7 slashing for lightning.
And the odor of ozone fills the air. And as you are standing there, amidst all of these dead woodland type of creatures, the ground begins to shake and stop. And then shake and stop. And then shake and stop. And those of you with dark vision can see that coming from the north side of the woods is this very large form. As the ground shakes and stops, and shakes and stops with a loud boom every time the ground shakes. Until coming out of the darkness, you can see, those of you with dark vision see first. Those of you that have to wait until the torchlight, it comes all the way into the torchlight, standing within 20 feet of the building. In front of you is a huge plant creature. A huge, larger than you've seen sycamore. And it comes walking up to you. And the tree looks around at everything that's happened out here and begins to look at those of you that it can see that aren't in the building. You. And its voice sounds like wood rubbing against wood. You have come for the sprig. You have been tested. You have been accepted. Quinloff looks forward to a life in your service. The creature turns around with big boom, 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 as it slowly walks away from the chapel, out of the light of the torches, past the edge of your dark vision, and back into the woods. in the morning, when you step outside, you're able to get a great look at what looks to be 6 foot wide trunk prints. That stretch more than 15 feet each step.
Awesome.
And you will be able to make it back to Prince Domai, who stares wide-eyed as tears well up in his eyes. He praises Dolnoratu. Thanks for bringing this. He thanks each of you for helping his brother. And he smiles. Dol surely looks upon you well this day, brother, and my brother's friends. I will stand by your side and I will support you, both now and when you become king. Whenever you say, I am ready. And he'll leave the meeting chamber. There you go, guys. Great game tonight.
Awesome.
Woohoo!
Been a lot of fun getting back to it.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's been fantastic. And it's like the perfect thing. The first thing that happens when I get my internet back. D&D, awesome session, awesome players, awesome DM. I'm a happy man.
Well, so I'm Jim the GM. As always, huge thank you to Caleb and to Clyde and to Matt McAdams, or just Matt Mick, because we got Matt Brown that sometimes shows up. So next game, throwing things back onto the cycle, we said is next week. And I look forward to seeing you guys as we confront Prince Royal. You guys have a great week, and I'll see you then.